whole thing and get into my outro screen.
That hopefully works. Test test. There we go. Hopefully that works. I love how I just muted my own mic. That's great. Let's see if desktop audio is capturing by putting ourselves right in the middle of the most annoying mob in the game. Oh. Do I just really have like that much? I mean, I guess I don't know what the villagers count under, so that's fair. And we'll turn hostile creatures on, I guess. We're just gonna play around with audio settings today. We're gonna see what works and what doesn't. But yes, so welcome Buildengu. Welcome to anyone who is here. This is my first time showing off this world in any form of content. Oh. We're gonna... Can I change that sound? I would like to quiet that sound. It just says trigger a sound. Hmm. Big chat message. I mean, big chat message is one thing. I can't do too much about that. I can like shrink it down and make it more vertical, I guess. But like it would have you big and stretched long chat message. So it's just a byproduct of like all this. Let's put y'all up here. Does that look better, Buildengu? We are testing things. Hi, Fred. Hi, Fred. I'm showing off my my world that I've shown off in some screenshots, but I haven't really brought anyone through on any form of content yet. So it's very exciting. I mean, it's exciting for people who like my world and my building, people who have seen it before and are excited. I'm sure it's exciting. I don't know. I'm excited to show it off. I'll be real. This has been kind of my last, like, little bit more than 2 weeks, has been just messing around on the world, and I've been trying to, like, slow down, and I've really found myself, like, enjoying the game more because I slow down, which has been nice. Let me know if that size for the chat box looks good, by the way, guys. I do not know how it looks on your end very well, because keeping track and paying attention is not exactly my thing. So I need to connect this to that chest. And then we can cover it over. Looks good to you? Like I like it. I like to hear it. Villagers are sleeping. It's nighttime. Good for the villagers. Good for them. Good for them. I need more chests. That many chests will not be enough to get us across the big divide. I say big divide. It's not even that big of a divide. But we're wiring in the Sweet Berry Farm. I can show you guys a free cam because I got a few client side mods. So we're wiring in up here in my lighthouse. I love this lighthouse build. It's so good. We have foxes powering my Sweet Berry Farm, and oh, they just harvested some. And so then I have the all of it condensing down, and yeah, gotta get it all wired in so that I can access it down here where the villagers are. Because I have the Sweet Berry Farm to be able to trade with my butcher. Wherever he is. There he is, my butcher. I'm very excited. I mean, I'm just overall happy with how this world has gone so far. It's been very nice just taking my time and slowing down. Because quite often I will zoom through the game and zoom through progression, which isn't necessarily bad, but it's not quite good either. And hoppers. 8 hoppers will probably do enough. So, yeah, the only automated farm I've made so far in these 2 weeks has been that Sweet Berry Farm. And honestly, it feels really good to have done relatively little automation so far. But also, that's partially because I know myself and I know that I will eventually do a lot of automation. So I'm trying to find ways to reduce my automation or to like make it easier for myself to do things other than automate. Slab, stair, slab. What do I have back here? Stair. I'm gonna need more planks. We're gonna need a bigger boat. Any long-term goals for this world? Great question. So thus far, let's free cam outside the cave. One thing I'm getting used to doing is free camming outside the cave to look at the map. And we're outside the cave. Come on, map, do things. Realize we're outside a cave. We're not in a cave anymore. Please, please, map. No, not today. All right, be that way. We'll sleep and then go outside, and I can show you guys around, because right now I am a little ways away from my spawn point, so I want to renovate the spawn area of the world at some point. And I want this whole world to be connected by boats. So I want everything in this world to be accessible by boat. And kind of my first instance of that was, even though it's like a relatively small thing, I have a boat for this lake. Like, yes, it doesn't go beyond this little area, because I had problems with the villagers trying to get out and up over this hill of snow. But like this is the start, right? So let's go out. Hopefully expose ourselves to enough sky that the map will see it. Yeah, okay. So we currently live over in this area. It's a great place. Great place. I've currently built a lighthouse over here. We'll go see that in a bit. I want to build on this island and really renovate the island, as well as I want to go back to my spawn where this X is, and I want to do something over here. I'm not sure. That's kind of the goals so far for the world. I've done a bit of mining. Brought 3 and blast protection stuff and such, and I was lucky enough to get a trident as I was playing. So we've done a little bit of mining. I'll show you all around the rest of the place. So let's go back to our storage space. Now that at the very least, we've got that wired up. We'll tidy up the build looks later. I've learned that decorated pots are very good if you just need to like have a pass through for hoppers. Decorated pots, very cheap pass through block, which is nice. It is a loyalty trident. I have made this trident loyalty. It's a lot better for me to have loyalty at this stage in the game than Riptide, because I don't have as good armor. My armor's not prop 4 yet. So did a bit of mining off camera. I did a bit of building my whole world off camera, but you know, casual. Got some dogs off camera, got some cats off camera. You know, just a few cats. Down here we have definitely a safe drop for the water. I'll show you guys. It's a skeleton farm. Very nice skeleton farm, if I do say so myself. That's reminiscent of me needing a staircase to get down and up at one point for the construction of the farm. Yep, there we go. But yeah, at this stage, loyalty trident is a lot better for me. We will get a Riptide trident eventually. I did my let's play off camera, honestly. I mean, if it were a world that I intend for this to be a let's play world, that'd be one thing. But for me, it's just like let's showcase what we're doing and maybe do something else. I've done some Nether stuff, only the basic stuff, so that I could get like soul sand for bubble columns and stuff. Although with the world gen mod I'm using, or data pack as well, it's available as both. You don't need to go to the Nether to get soul sand, which is nice. There's some biomes in the savannah that have soul sand actually, which I think is really cool. So some parts of the savannah can generate with soul sand. There used to be a village over here. You can see the planks and the paths and stuff. There used to be a village over here, and I kind of got rid of it because I put all the villagers in there. And actually, while I was working on that, a lot of the villagers died. So I got down to one villager and had to go kidnap someone from a plains village, but hey, it happens. Over at this dock is where I'm currently keeping my cows. Go over. Great, then lets you make more soul sand with bulk haunting. Yeah. Yeah, so this World Gen pack... I love the ambient sounds mod. This World Gen pack has changes like all the trees. It changes the feel, but it doesn't change the biome or structure layout, which is nice. So all the biomes can still spawn. The biomes still match. Like if you were to pull up a seed and all the structures match, it's just how they will have looked in a vanilla world is different than how they look in this world, like layout of the biome wise, which I think is really cool. They don't really touch that much cave biomes. So we have our Moo Cow Ranch. I thought it was cool to do kind of a little bit more of a basic ranch, and just dumped my inventory in here. Yeah, this is William Withers. This is William Withers. I love William Withers. It feels really cool. The ambient sounds mod is not, but the world gen, all the world gen that you see is William Withers. We're gonna show off some of that as we look around. My sky looks bluer than usual. Yeah, so sky color is, in fact, determined by biome color. There are biome settings to control what color the sky is. So over there, in the snowy area, my sky was white. And now it is blue. Have I tried Alex's Caves? I have not tried Alex's Caves. I might look into it at some point, now that you've mentioned it, and reminded me that it exists. I was helping someone with one of Alex's mobs, I think. They were trying to get help figuring out how to install it and making sure that it was all verified, because they are new to modding. You've heard good things. I will take a look. What I like about William Withers is that it is a data pack as well as a mod. So if I was gonna get a cave gen overhaul, I would want it to be something that... Hello, cave. I'd want it to be something that could work as a data pack or as a mod. We're just going to go over towards spawn right now. My lighthouse is back to that side of the icebergs. We're going to head towards spawn. That's the Plains village I stole my other villager from. And I feel really lucky to have icebergs so close to me, because I've definitely played on worlds where ice is super far away, and it's an absolute pain. Yeah, exactly. Climby is very, very cool because they have some things that are mods, but they also do a lot of data packs. One thing I really like about William Withers is that they add entire biomes, entire sets of biomes will have calcite as their stone block. Yeah, William Withers, though, just kind of has a few focuses. They also have a mod-only... like a standalone mod that does similar things but adds a bunch of biomes. But they initially got started with a data pack, and so they maintained the data pack and someone else helped them package the data pack into a mod eventually. But since they've also extended it into having a biome mod. Is there anything else modded data packed in the world? A bunch of Vanilla Tweaks data packs I have. Pack list. So I got a bunch of data tweaks, Vanilla Tweaks data packs. Cauldron, Concrete, Cauldron Mud, a lot of convenience things. This one is Drag and Drops Elytra from Vanilla Tweaks. Ender Chest always drops, so if you don't have Silk Touch, the Ender Chest will still drop, because it doesn't make sense to me that the Ender Chest is defeated by the power of fortune. Yes, you do. Yeah, exactly. I added husks drop sand, so I'd have an interesting way to get sand other than duping it with the end portal. So now the only thing I would need the end portal to... No, the end portal isn't needed anymore. End portal no longer needed. End portal duping is irrelevant. Hi, Trexor! Which is part of one of the things I wanted to do. I wanted to have a lot of mechanics that felt reasonable to just remove weird things, like using the end portal to dupe stuff is not needed, so I'm not going to do it now. Let's maybe turn down my sim distance. We only needed like 9 chunks of simulation. Much better, much more smooth. Yeah, there we go. Alright, and then the spawn area is just over here. It's in the oak forest back there. And I have a little sign over there that indicates when I created the world. Because the goal is that I will be playing this world for a long, long time. I don't see an end point to this world is the hope. So we put a sign down somewhere over here. Maybe as a game rule, but I'm on the Pale Garden update, so I haven't seen it if it's a change that they've been messing around with. It makes sense. At the same time, ender chests not breaking is a thing that I've also seen argument for. Where did I put the sign? I know I put down a sign back in the actual spawn area. Oh, I didn't park my boat next to the actual spawn area. That would be the problem. Alright, let's go back to the boat. Yeah, so, I mean, it's not hard to, make the change. But yeah. Fortuning e-chest is a really important way of storing obsidian, and I think that it's something that should be considered, like the utility of fortuning chests for the purpose of obsidian build-up. Building up obsidian to hoard. Because it is a way to sink obsidian. There we go. There's our chest. There's our signs. World created on this day. World generally... there's overworld. There's the seed. Drop the seed in chat. The seed's also in the description if anyone wants to check out the seed. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything about it in discussions, but if there's a discussion about it and not implementation yet, I'd buy that more than that they had been introducing the change. Maybe as an experimental option, but another thing William Withers does is they bring deep slate, they bring tough up higher, but they also have some biomes where deep slate is the primary stone block. Let's get a move on before that drown catches up to us. So they've got some areas where deep slate is the primary block in general, but having tough up here means that when it gets replaced by coal, it gets replaced by deep slate coal. Which is cool, because it means that there's more access to blocks that are otherwise difficult to get, which is the thing I like about William Withers. Just, hey, let's take this thing that's normally difficult for you to get, like deep slate coal, and make it a lot more accessible. I'm here for it. Alright, let's go to my latest project, which has been this lighthouse here. It's meant to be kind of my anchor point, my foot in the door on working on this island chain over here. Okay, so now it'll drop obsidian with the incorrect tool, whereas what I'm using is you could use your fist to get the ender chest back without the obsidian. Slightly different. Right, let's go to the top. I put my bed at the top, and the utility of this place is the bottom. Maybe not a great plan, but I've had too many problems with mobs choosing to wander over to my island or spawn on my island and give me trouble. Even though I lit up this whole island. We're not taking those risks. Perfect place to sleep, right in the middle of all the lights. Just like in real life. I imagine I'll be streaming for quite a while, Fred, yeah. I'm not sure whether it'll be like 2 or 3 hours, but I'll be streaming for at least a few hours. I know. It's weird to see me back on the streaming grind. We're showing off my wonderful world that I've been creating over the last couple weeks. So this is today's project. Today's project is designing a mine shaft falling system, which tells me what I can find at what is the most common ores at the levels that I've chosen to stop at. And I chose these levels because they're the best levels for these common ores. So if I'm stopping here, I want coal or copper or both. And I can drop down to the next level. And this is the best one for iron. I can drop down to the next level. This is the best level for lapis. And then gold. And then diamonds and redstone. And no matter which level I'm at, I can use the same water stream to get back to the top. Which is a concept I enjoy. Like, in theory, my hope is that I will remember to put a top on this. Like, put a little hood and some trapdoors or something. Set something up to direct the items to go over into here. And so that I can collect them up with Hopper. That's the hope. I don't know if I'll remember to get around to it, but either way, we have this little chest array. This is going to be my new mining camp, because so far my current mining setup involves walking up and down a lot of stairs. Oh. Yeah. Listen. We're not like anti... The problem is that I had to go up like all the way down to the Y minuses with just stairs. And it was not great. So having a way I can do branch mining is important. And seeing my other lighthouse build from this lighthouse, it just makes me happy. Like, alright, I know how to navigate the world visually, which is one of the main principles for the world. I want to be able to navigate the world visually as much as possible. So, where possible, I should make it reasonable to navigate the world by just looking around it. I shouldn't require myself to memorize all the paths and or coordinates or whatever. I should be able to look around and say, okay, this is how I'm going to get from here to the next major area. Will I be making more lighthouses? Yes. So, lighthouses and towers in general are something that I'm currently on a big kick for, apparently. So what I want to do is I want to go over to spawn today, I have a few axes, and I have the timber data pack. So we're going to go over to spawn, we're going to get a bunch of oak wood, and we're going to do oak and strip spruce as the next tower that I'm going to work on. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a spiral or if I'm going to do layers. But I want to do a wizard's tower vibe with an underwater dock, I think. Or an under cave dock. A cave space that you can boat into under the tower. So making lighthouses is a big part of this because I'm in a sea that is massively connected to... if I turn the minimap on, it'll behave. But the sea is massively interconnected with water, and I have a whole data pack just to make the rivers more connectable, like connect more and better. So yes, we've come back because I need food. Options for food: I could bake potatoes. I'm trying to save wheat for when I need to breed animals because I don't like harvesting the crop farm. So what we'll do is we'll take the berries and we'll get some food from the butcher, I think. So all my mods are aimed for vanilla mods. I have data packs. And it's this long list of data packs. The closest thing to a mod is this William Wyther's Overworld, which and the Navigable Rivers, which are data packs, mods, either one. They actually are both. And they overhaul World Gen to make it look prettier. And if you've been paying attention, you see that our World Gen is very, very different. Free camming around. Very different to vanilla World Gen in terms of trees, in terms of like blocks used in the World Gen. There's a lot more rooted dirt and coarse dirt, just in all the biomes, which I think makes it look a lot prettier. They also have, I think you maybe missed it earlier, but we're going to go back to that area. Entire parts of the world which are built primarily out of calcite, which looks absolutely sick. Where'd you go? There you are. Hello, sir. I'm going to sit on top of your workstation because you will come back here. Work. Okay, he worked. I have subtitles on because I don't always like playing with all the sounds, but reading subtitles is a thing I can always do. Like, mentally. So, and then I have things like timber. I have a lot of things to just prevent my world from getting destroyed. I don't like endermen or creepers or ghasts blowing up my builds, so I just disabled that. They're adding variants to all the mobs. All the major mobs are getting variants. Or not all the mobs, but all the farm animals are getting variants right now. So cows and chickens are getting variants. And sheep are getting color distributions. They're redistributing the colors of sheep across biomes, which is an interesting choice. It caused some controversy at first because they had like all the colors naturally spawnable, which I thought was great, but other people didn't. There is a chicken that looks like it has a hat. There's a cow with big horns. Sir, unless you have emeralds for me, please leave me alone. Are you ready to trade emeralds? No? What time of day is it? What I don't like about the Snowy Plains biome is that the sky is always gray and bland. If I want to tell what time it is, I always have to free cam over here, and I can tell, okay, it's almost the end of their working hours, so he might do one more work. Do a work. Work. Work, you fool! He said no. No, they didn't. What they did was they changed it to be less colorful. So they didn't fully undo it. What they did instead was they changed it to be more natural colors rather than fancy colors. So they didn't fully undo it. That is not quite correct. But yeah, the way biome sheep colors work right now is that it's like black. It's like black or dark gray. I don't remember is more common in cold biomes. Brown I think is more common in warm biomes, and white is more common in temperate biomes. I think they need to use like more than just biome categorization. I think they should have like biome temperature play a big part in it if they're gonna have like a whole system of like how the biome temperature and humidity and how the biomes generate. Maybe they could extend that to how the mobs generate. Like the humidity of a biome could affect what mobs generate there more than just the biome itself, because that seems realistic, but maybe that's just me being pedantic. It's hard to say. Oh yeah, I got my second ender pearl. I'm currently collecting ender pearls while I am getting geared up. We are slowly getting geared up. Currently, all I have for diamond is those tools, and I have a few diamonds over here. Not that many. Not that many diamonds. Need more diamonds. And now I'm wishing I'd grabbed my water bottle, but it is empty right now, so refilling before stream would have been smart. But here we are. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Microphone, audio balance, all that. Let me know if I need to adjust anything. Because I want everyone to be able to hear well and such. Should you say it? Say what? Skill issues? My water? Yeah, absolutely skill issues. I could have taken literally like 5 seconds and prepped. My Mac sounds good, love it. Well, if it's getting to be dark, we'll check in with our cows, check in with the wheat. There's only one wheat ready, so not two, so we'll just wait. Since I've already got my like enchanting setup, I don't really kill the cows that often. I just kind of herd them, and they're here in case I need to move them somewhere else to have cows for storytelling purposes. At this point, that's what I use mobs for. Mobs are aesthetic choices right now. Maybe we'll do like automatic sheep and chicken stuff, but cows aren't really a thing that I can automate. So at some point, I guess I'm gonna have to do like farming of shroom lights because I live in a crimson forest, or I say I live. My nether spawn was in a crimson forest, but I don't like it. I want to be able to move to the nether roof soon. Which is part of the benefit of these towers. Like if I keep building tall towers, you gotta head out. Good luck on the stream. Thanks, Bildengu. Appreciate it. If I keep up with the tall towers, then I can put nether portals at the top of towers and have the towers be like where the nether side of how people access things. But I do want the full place to be navigable through the overworld. So, which means, why are we playing weird sounds? I don't understand why we're playing weird sounds. Hi, Bowtie. People are coming in and out. It's great. I need to get around these icebergs. I need to go over there. I love that there's like the spruce and these birch biomes. That there are like parts of the world that just have calcite as the primary stone for a few blocks. It makes building with calcite like very doable in this data pack. I talked about it earlier, but Mr. Pickle wasn't here. Just feels cool to like have this world gen, and the fact that it like keeps the vanilla structure layouts and keeps all the biome layouts, but changes things like this to give you more access to materials you want to build with a lot of the time. Feels good. Like, I have so much calcite I can quarry just near spawn. It's so cool. Look at all this calcite. Hell yeah. Love it. Oh, wait. Spawn is like... I mean, I agree that they should add a biome like that. They should maybe even have a whole cave biome like that. But here we are in the world where they don't. Where they didn't. And so now this guy is the cool guy for having added it instead. We like William. William's a good guy. Was overhauled overworld. Maybe I need to build myself a staircase. Alright, this will hopefully just remind me to go this way. As I come up here. I'm already forgetting where I left my signs. I know it's in this vicinity. We'll find them. We got trees to be chopping. There they are. There's the spawn signs. Right now, when people spawn in the world for my testing, am I planning on streaming more? Do I plan to start streaming more? I think what I'm gonna try to do is just stream whenever I am playing on this world, but it's hard to say. I might just be streaming whenever I have the energy. But I'm gonna try to stream more. I want to. It's been like a long time since I was routinely streaming. But this vacation I just had has really like given me some energy back, so hopefully I can stream at least for a while more, which will be good. I'm not sure exactly what times I'll be streaming, but I hope I can stream more. That'd be great. This resource pack is great. Let me check the resource pack. The simple grass flowers. It doesn't just have flowers; it also has little pebbles, which is nice. So yeah, we're just gonna try to open up the spawn area. I stumbled across a mod the other day that like lets you open up your world like you can on Bedrock to your friends without needing to set up IPv4 and stuff, because the mod just handles everything by like modifying your server code to augment for stuff like that. I thought that was really interesting. I don't know how it works. And I want to know more about how it works like on the network level before I was to add it, but it could be really interesting. And if it's safe for people to use, I mean, as safe as you get when you're inviting your friends, your internet friends to your PC, that could be a really fun way for Java kids and Java people in general to connect with each other, like more casually. Might mean that you'd be able to like just host people on the actual copy of your world, or just like a duplicate, but you know that and they don't, right? Host it on your PC rather than hosting it on a server. Well, some people's PCs can't host servers, so wouldn't be good for everyone, but I could do it. I mean, you still have to add each other as friends through the mod, but it simplifies the process of connecting worlds up. You don't have to have Bedrock to do the easy multiplayer, basically. Yeah, it depends on the day. Because I'm like still kind of fresh off vacation, I'll probably stream a lot while I'm not having to work yet. But when I go back to work, we'll see how much I'm able to like stream consistently. I have like half a week until I go back to work, so I'm gonna try and make the most of it while I have it. I honestly really love William Wyther's custom trees. Fred has been really consistent. It's been lovely. Sometimes I'm able to join and sometimes not, but it's been great to join Fred when I can. Seems like his family has found some sort of happy middle on how their family life balances out with him streaming, which I'm glad for them. That might be enough oak wood gathered from around spawn. I think the next thing I will need is more spruce, which will mean going out closer to my base, to the tag I have out there. Oof. Okay, at least get the logs. Oh man, yeah, I can only imagine. I can never tell, like, what's going on with Mog. Does that make sense? Like, I've tried to like step back and stay out, because I mean, for a lot of reasons. But I wish the best to his team. And I hope things go well for everyone. Okay, so we need to drop our stuff off. Ouch. Yeah. We need to go on this side of the stone island. Feel old in there, like dust in the wind. For real, like, I don't really chat that much in the Discord. I haven't left the Discord yet, but I'm considering it. Largely because there's a lot of Discords I need to leave. Like, just pare down to the Discords I'm actually active in so I can not get tons and tons of spam notifs. At the same time, I like having emotes. Like, there's certainly emotes I really like having. You got a bit burned out because you want to use your energy in doing stuff like editing videos. Yeah. I feel that. You feel like you're not really doing that much. Or no, you feel like you're doing a lot, but it's accomplishing very little, more accurately. Okay, let's go over to this spot. We'll sleep in the tower. Then we can go over to that island and get things sorted. Oh yeah, this is the island where I met a wandering trader that sold me cactus, because I still have not found a desert on my travels. Just haven't found one. God of War series, that's cool. I want to go through and at some point do a full walkthrough. When I say full walkthrough, I want to do a three. I want to do the all three classes, all the classes available walkthrough of the Quest for Glory games. And I think what I want to do to keep it interesting for myself is I want to do a playthrough where I show the differences. So, like, okay, we're going to start as a fighter, and then if you have magic, you can do this, and if you have lockpicking, you can do this, and this is how you, like, progress. Because fighter is, like, the way anyone can solve a problem. Anyone can do it as a fighter. It doesn't matter. And if you want to experience the most content in the game, being like a thief with parry and lockpick. And, like, that's just, like, a thing with a lot of things, or a lot of games, right? Like, but I'd love to show the 100% of the content for the Quest for Glory series, and I think I'd do it, like, Quest for... all the classes of Quest for Glory 1 versus 2... versus 3 showed side by side. I think it would be really interesting. So, is this the one that I wanted to build on? No, this was not the one I wanted to build on next. No, I thought, I'm like, this feels small. So let's go around to the one I actually want to build on next. I mean, I want to do something with this island, but I think what I want to do with this island is just tear out all the trees and make it into a farm island. Where, like, I have a little, like, farmhouse built and just wheat or something growing here. Probably wheat. Wheat's easy. And useful. I think where I want to build the tower... Okay, so part of me wants to build the tower in this area. Like right here at this delta. Like have a big tower. But I don't know if that's like the proper wizard tower vibe, or if I should have like a dock and then have the wizard tower like off in the woods. I think maybe putting the wizard tower in the middle of the woods would be better. Thoughts? What are your thoughts, Pickle? Do I do the wizard tower over by this kind of gravel cut-in on the island, which is really cool? Or do I do it over by in the middle of the woods? Make a small mountain in the woods? No, I don't think I want to do that. I've done the build a foundation for my tower thing over on that island. Built my own foundation over there. So, I think for this area, I think I'll do what I wanted to do initially, and build over towards this side of the waters, and then build it such that I can have an maybe I'll build a bit of a mountain, but only in so much as it serves me having, like, a dock. What's going on down here? A disappointing little noodle cave. Or spaghetti cave, or whatever it is, right? Is this gonna be less disappointing? That was not less disappointing. That was more disappointing. Because it brought me out and didn't leave me underground. Like, come on. Actually, that is kind of an interesting little way to go, like... Where did I go? Oh, I came up here. I started over there. So I go literally under the river. Why? Why do you go under the river? I mean, I guess it literally looks like it's going under the river, so might as well actually go. Yeah, water caves are strange, man. I like new caves, but I also they're weird. They're kind of crazy. See, I wanted that tower to support the hidden dock, but it really didn't. And I feel like this is not an island that supports a hidden dock tower either. Honestly, I feel like it's too wide. Could do it like there. Look at that! Look at that! Deep slate as the major. That has like mud and deep slate as as large parts of what it is over there. It's so cool. We can go over there at some point. There's so much cool terrain in this pack. It does look so good on the map. We'll go check it out in a bit. For now, I need a crafting table, because of course I don't have one here. Why would I ever have one at my newest workspace? Oh wait, I have 3 chests. Why would I do it like this? What sort of psychopath am I? I think it was back with me. Alright, now let's go take a look at the mud place. I don't remember if it's mud or deep slate or basalt out there, but let's go. Timber is weird because it only works properly on like higher versions. Or on like specific tool sets, that is. Sorry. Not higher versions, but specific tool sets. Ooh, we can see some of it over here, apparently. Ooh, look at that biome. See it over there. It's hard to tell. But as we get closer, you can see the basalt coming up. I think that's smooth basalt. Or maybe it's just basalt, or maybe it's deep slate. I don't remember. I can't tell. Looks like it's basalt. Basalt and mud. Look how the foliage changes in the basalt and mud area. Like, yeah, it does make sense that you'd have muddy, basalty areas. Why wouldn't you? Just makes sense, man. It's so cool. I love this stuff. What color of the water? The blue here? Or... do you mean the blue in the area? Or is there another watercolor I missed? Maybe it's over... oh, the gray in there. The gray over here. The, like, kind of brownish gray. It's the same color as the foliage. Foliage? Why am I saying it like that? Foliage. Make fun of myself for saying it weird. Alright, I think for now we're gonna go back. Foliage. Oh, foliage. Yeah. Honestly. If I keep saying things weird like that, I'll get clipped out of context. I need to be careful. Oh. That's good lighthouse. I think for the next tower I do... I don't want it to be just the same, just on this island. It doesn't make sense. I could do a tower on this island, if I was going to do a lighthouse. But I think, I don't know what I want to do over here on this island. I want to do something on this island. I don't know what yet, but I need to do something. In my brain, I need to. And I feel like maybe I need to build a village or something? I don't know. I don't know what I need to do on this island. This island needs something. For now, we'll rush back to the house, to the cave base. Did I show you around the cave base much, Pickle? We can show you around the cave base. Could just be a dock with some houses. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, that lighthouse has the big mining thing, so it could be a dock with houses and some gardens and such. Oh, I'll show you around the cave base, because over there we have Moo Moo Ranch, which is where my cows are. Or no, sorry, Moo Cow Ranch. Moo Cow Ranch. Sorry, gotta get it right. And over here, underneath the lighthouse, is the entrance to my cave base, marked lovingly as home. I used to live in that house, and then I moved into the cave next to the house. But I still leave the house. It's the only part of the village that's been allowed to not be vanished, and it's because I added to it with this lovely little ladder here. So as we go on in, we got some dogs keeping watch. Watchdogs. Keeping watch by the fire. Very good. Very important. So we head on down this way. Got my nether portal. Got the sheep pit. Got the pig pit. But there's no pass to the pig pit. Got my lovely little farm. And we've got the storage room. Storage, furnaces. Enchanting, sleeping. As well as, I decided to save some villagers from the ravages of the cold, as the snow was coming down pretty hard. So we saved some villagers in here. Gave them homes. These lovely little tents to stay in. How'd that zombie get there? How did the zombie get there? Did that zombie, like, find a way to wander up all the way down from the mine shaft? The zombie spawned here, wander his way all the way up, and then lock onto the villagers and was like, I'm gonna follow them. I think that has to be what happened, right? And then he wandered up. Up and up and up. Yeah, and then he locked onto the villagers and chased them. And then got killed by a golem. Good stuff. Good golem. Good job, sir. He's at 69 HP. Nice. Yeah, zombie dead now. But yeah, we have our villagers here. They have lovely lives. I need to finish decorating the back here. Redecorating, because it was previously decorated, but then I added in this, which is the proceeds of my sweet berry farm. So I use pots as my in-betweens. If hoppers are just going places and I can... Oh yeah, it's a lovely thing. I love using it. It's my new tech for redstone, saving time and stuff. Pots, vases. Ah, you can call them whatever you want. I don't care. It's a decorated pot. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not offended. But yeah, it's all behind the scenes. But yeah, when they release trial chambers, they also release the ability for you to store stuff in pots. So I can put all these apples in this pot. But then I cannot put the potatoes in the pot because it's full of apples. And then when I break the pot, if I use my fist, I get the pot back. And then if I smash it, then I get the pot and the shards and whatnot. But yeah, the goal here is to just keep everything interconnected and everything navigable. Like, I want things to be reasonably noticeable, things that you could... So that's why I didn't just leave the cave, tear down the last house. It's because I want the cave to be noticeable. So if I ever tear down this house, I'm going to need to do something to, like, indicate to me how to get into here. More than just having a lighthouse to say there's something in the area. At some point, I want to add a better way to get up to the lighthouse, because next to the lighthouse... We come up to the lighthouse... Okay, well, we have this dog that's been abandoned. We'll let him come with us. We have a berry farm. For these foxes. And a zombie must have busted down the door. Possibly because it was not lit up in here. The eepy. Sleeping foxes. And they're being kept there to make sure they don't go running off, because I figured that something like this might happen where the door gets busted out, and we prepare for that. And of course the berry farm here is a fox-based one, rather than a bone meal dispenser-based one. So we got all these foxes that are all named. They all have the name of Harvest Fox of Subdescript. I know. We will bring the dog home. Bring the dog back to base. He was guarding the foxes. I mean, he was doing good work. Hi, doggy. He deserves a raise. Good point. Good point. Let's see. Where is he? Where is he? Sir! Dog. 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 For a second. There you go. He has been fed. He has been fed 2 cooked pork chops. Pretty good raise, if you ask me. For a dog, great raise. And he now gets to live in the warm cave. You know, he gets to come closer to the center, because I will let him... We will get a puppy. He will be allowed to have a child. Pupper. Oh, it's Black Olive! Hi, Black Olive! Oh man, it's been a while since I've seen that name. How's it going, Olive? Ice has a redstone component, by the by. Yeah, for sure. It's been a while. It's been a while. Catsmith is here. It's great. Ice is a redstone component, and that's a fact. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to see you, Olive. I'm glad to see you back. All right, sleep well, Pickle. It's good to see ya. I might. You just finished a 4.5-hour long stream with your brother? That is a long stream, for sure. We've only been going for an hour here, so... I intend to have at least a little bit of time. Maybe not 4.5 hours, but at least a little while. Let's see, what did I need next? Spruce. I needed spruce. We're gonna leave these... Well, we can chop these trees. Plant. I need a lot of spruce logs. Over here you can tell I've been doing some chopping down of the generated spruce, because the generated spruce takes a lot longer to chop down. So I've been replanting my own spruce. That does not take nearly as long, although this is This is generated spruce. Yeah, you learn to tell eventually. The generated spruce has the arms and the branches. Yeah, and usually they don't chop very well. But I need the spruce, so deal with annoying trees. And win free logs. You're playing Minecraft with him? That's lovely. No, don't get me wrong. I can play Minecraft for hours a day, but I'm definitely trying to take this world slower. So I'm saying, hey, I don't have to play it for like 8 or 10 or 12 hours a day. I can play it for just I can log on, do like 2 or 3 things, and call that a good enough play sesh for this world. Like, just allowing myself the permission to be more casual and gentle and slow about it has been actually really helpful. Spectrum and Create. I've been hosting for some of my friends the last few days. In fact, tomorrow is the last full day it's going to be up. A Cobblemon Plus server. So I set up a Cobblemon mod pack and put it up for a week of chaos or so. A little bit more, but and invited just about everyone that I could think of that would enjoy it to come and play. And it's been interesting. It's not been actually as chaotic as I expected, which is, I don't know if it's disappointing, but it's a reality. Let's head over. Let's head over to to Moo Cow Ranch. It's like the easiest nearest bed to get to. It's quick. And it'll give me access to more spruce trees. I am excited that Create just updated to version 6 today. Or not today, yesterday, last night. It's been almost 24 hours that they've been updated to version 6, and it's very exciting. Or maybe it's been a little more than 24 hours, I don't know. Exact times... Oh. Oh. Easy. No, it's not out on Fabric yet. I imagine it'll be out on Fabric in the next couple weeks, but I'm not sure. But Cobblemon is out on the same versions of NeoForge as Create version 6 is, which is very interesting. Spectrum is only on Fabric. Do you want to talk about Spectrum? I can give thoughts on it and my general vibe of what you tell me. I can also just look it up if you would like. Take some time to look into it while I harvest trees. I don't actually know about Spectrum. It's not a mod I've heard of. You know what, Birch Tree? You're in the way. take a look at Spectrum. I'll just look it up real quick. Pull it up on my second screen where chat is and just look into it. Looks like Spectrum has a lot of Thaumcraft vibes. You can tell me if I've gotten that feel wrong, but it looks like Spectrum has a lot of Thaumcraft vibes. Let's turn down the ambience. It's getting to be a bit much. Yeah, Spectrum looks very much like it has the sort of Thaumcraft aesthetic going for it. Which is good for some people, bad for others, but either way, it's very interesting. Spectrum definitely doesn't look like it has any, like it's not, it looks like it's not so vanilla plus. Which tends to be a lot of, like, the things that I like about a lot of mods are either they are very vanilla plus or they are very technical. I don't tend to be huge into, like, magic mods that don't feel like they could fit into vanilla. That's not a universal rule, though, for me, so I'm not opposed to it. Being allowed to add lore, though, and removing the too expensive limit does feel like it's just an automatic win for any mod that does it. Like, you know, it's free money or whatever. Whatever the meme is. I don't know the memes. I don't know the memes, man. Yeah, I mean, I feel like in terms of, like, blind playthrough, that's a really good benefit. I feel like once you've played it a bit, you kind of know what's going on. Unless it's got customizability to each world. Like, unless it has some level of randomness built in. Thaumcraft is focused on observing things in the world to learn about specific aspects of the world. And using your knowledge of those aspects to unlock various different research progressions. Yeah, Thaumcraft is one of those OG mods. I don't know if it's still around. I'll have to see how people are talking about Spectrum in various, like, modded heavy spaces, because I'd like to see if people are calling, like, Spectrum the new Thaumcraft or comparing it to Thaumcraft. Because that's what it feels like to me, but I have not finished Thaumcraft in any playthrough of a pack I've done that has had it. So I don't actually know for sure. Let me quickly take a look. It looks like Spectrum is a lot more similar to a different mod called Chromatocraft. I've never heard of Chromatocraft. But they say that if you liked Outer Wilds, Mist, Downcraft, Chromatocraft, figuring out the way things work, yeah. So it looks like Spectrum is very similar to Thaumcraft. Yeah, it seems like that similar mod is Chromatocraft that was discontinued. Because people are calling it basically a one-to-one port and commenting on very similar aspects there. Apparently, it's somewhat uh, uh, controversial, contentious. There we go. That's the word. Words are hard. Somewhat contentious, but Annoying little Enderman. Sure, just leave. I guess. Enderman decided that sticking around ain't for him. Yeah, it looks like Spectrum and Thaumcraft are probably in the same genre of mod. I saw some people make some pretty some pretty high difficulty mod packs with it. It looks like hard to say because just because you need a particular mod that's like focused on progression to like as the core of your pack just doesn't mean when you were streaming you somehow got a rare Enderman drop from the first Enderman. That's pretty cool. It's always good to it always feels good to get rare drops. I'm still not sure what I want to do out of my island. Here, I'll free cam over to the island so I can show y'all. I'm trying to figure out what to do with this island. Because I want to build something here, but I don't know what to build here. Yeah, rare drop from the Spectrum mod. Yeah, it always feels good, man. It always feels good to get those rare drops. I'm trying to figure out what to do over here. A village or town. Yeah, that was my thought. I initially wanted to have, like, a major tower, and I might still have a major tower over here, but I think if I do, I will do the major tower in the center of the village. Or in the center of the town, or the island, or whatever. Yeah, we'll do, like... layer oak, layer stripped spruce, layer oak, layer stripped spruce. That seems sensible for the way I'm gonna style this tower. Let's go figure out the tower. We'll build as we chat. It'll be great. One of the things I found, though, is that it's really hard to have a modded world that, like, lasts long term. Unless you're going to stay playing on one version of the game and really just try to explore what you can do in that mod set at that time, you don't, like, make a modded world last for more than, I'd say 6 to 8 months, if you're lucky. And while I'm still going back to old mod packs, I know that none of them are ever going to be, like, long-term worlds for me. I'm curious, do you see a world in which that world that you're streaming on right now becomes your long-term world, or do you foresee that, like, at some point you're gonna need to move past the mod or something? I'm curious. Because I love playing modded, but I always set myself deadlines because I know that I can't play modded forever. To stream with your brother world. That's fair. And I don't mean it to be like a whole, oh, you suck or whatever thing, but like it's just a thing that leaves me curious. Like, do you foresee yourself one day moving on from the world, or do you think you want to play that world forever, or what do you think? Because I think that there's a lot of people that intend to play a survival world, a modded survival for a long, long time, but then realize that it's just not practical. That was me at one point. I was like, oh, I want to play a modded world for a long, long time. And it managed to survive about like 6 months before a release came out and mods were discontinued, or a couple releases down the road, mods stopped being supported and stuff. It's like, well, I can either stay in this version and get no new content, or I can update and leave the mods behind. And I didn't know what to do, so I didn't do either. I had to make a new world, actually. Cool. I know for me, like, this is a world that I want to play on for a really long time, so... And there's been a little bit more discussion recently in the Minecraft community at large about, like, long-term play. And trying to encourage people towards long-term play, so... It's been an interesting spot to sit and watch the community from recently. Okay. I have a heck of a lot of oak wood, and not as much spruce wood. So we're gonna start by building the bottom layer out of oak. Let's start by just designing our circle, man. I don't want to be the flat side. This is to be the flat. Two, three, four, five, 6, 7. Cool. That doesn't look right. I am curious, Catsmith, and any other viewer that's here. What are your guys' thoughts in general on the current state of the core game systems? Things like hunger, things like mining. I mean, I say recently. It's been a couple of years, but mining recently got a revamp. Progression as a concept for Minecraft. What is your take on how the game systems interact with all that? I already have access to all this. Except the horn coral block, but I don't really need that right now. Yeah. What is your take in general as about are the core game mechanics satisfying? Do they need work? What stages do people need more help with than others? Alright, I guess we'll go over to the tower and sleep real quick. Combat could use a minor update. I think combat definitely needs an update. I mean, they've been working on... It's been... something like, what? 10... Well, it's been 12 major updates. 12 major numbered updates, but it's been something like 10 years since combat last got updated, something like that. Maybe longer. I don't remember when 2009 was. And the combat could definitely use an update. I think also the shift from progressing towards things, like progressing towards the Ender Dragon, progressing towards taking on the end, achieving end credits, and even post-game with the Shulker and the Elytra and such, the shift from that to other content of player interest needs to be threaded better. I think that needle is something that we haven't quite threaded as a community yet, of how to help people stay playing even when they're like not that inspired. Where is he? Amazing. Free leads without needing to kill anything. No death required. The hunger system could be revamped. At least have a way to give Just to make the early game better, item storage, inventory should be revamped. I agree on both cases. I'm of the opinion that the hunger system is something that actively hurts the game, the way it currently is designed. Wait. Oh, I'm not going to have enough to be able to... I'll just go open another layer, it's fine. The hunger system currently actively does not do the game justice. The early game of hunger is very difficult, and the late game is very hard. The bundle's a good step in the right direction. You think there's more than to be done? Yeah, I agree. The bundle actually, I think, is a great example of how we can work on inventory things, but it still doesn't fix anything. I don't see the bundle actually having resolved some of the key problems, which is things like how stacks are formed. Like actually no, the bundle does try to resolve that problem. But I think part of the problem is that some things are limited in stack size for PvP purposes. And like ender pearls, like eggs for some reason, and snowballs, they're limited in stack size for the purposes of it's a projectile. And other items like stews are limited in stack size to 1 for not really any good reason that I can determine. Other than they're a really good food source, but they're not even the best food source. Often they are just worse than alternatives. So I agree. The food source, I think, the food system needs love. I was thinking about stripping these, but maybe it'll be easier and smarter to not do. Cool. Yeah, I think that what we need to learn is that, well, what needs to be evaluated is, like, what's the point of these foods, and what's the point of making these unstackable? Like, where do we get benefit from limiting stack size? And my take is we don't. But if if someone is going to say, if the devs are going to say, oh, we're going to limit the stack size of beetroot stew or rabbit stew or whatever, like, they kind of need to answer the question of why. Why limit? Why? Because limiting... It's the wrong block. What am I doing? Limiting stack sizes, I think, with food specifically, it just exacerbates the already existing inventory struggles. And a lot of the things that are currently projectiles don't need to be. We don't need eggs to be throwable. Like, if eggs were dispenser only dispensers could throw eggs, I wouldn't be mad. If that's your problem. But I think PvP is different now than it was. I think letting snowballs and eggs be like unstack, have greater stack limits, is fine. I actually don't think ender pearls are the culprit of the problem. I think the bigger problem is eggs and snowballs, specifically, for early game players. But also, I mean, the amount of foliage we have in the game is can be limiting sometimes, is I think maybe the way to say it. Like, it's really easy for foliage blocks like flowers and such, flowers and saplings, to really clutter up an inventory. And bundles being the only way to solve that just kind of pushes you to fight cows and horses a lot earlier. And before then it was rabbits. Like, kill rabbits for rabbit hide. And none of those, like... I guess, sure, bundles are going to become... Well, I can get a bundle now, right? Yeah, I can craft a bundle now. I can dye the bundle different colors. Oh, boy, oh, me, oh my, boy, oh boy. But, like... And maybe I will, but... But there's a lot less utility to the bundle than there is to, like, the shulker box. If the bundle could do 2 stacks in one slot, I think that would be better. Or even a stack and a half per slot. I also think that you should be able to have, like, type storage that's more effective. So if I say I'm going to make this storage container that is much more effective at storing plants, or much more effective at storing ores, it can only store those blocks, or it can store those blocks at to a greater capacity if it's only those blocks in there. I think both of those would be ways to take steps in the right direction with the inventory problem. But food should be addressed too. I think food as a system is just underdeveloped, is my take for food. I think we need to get more thinking going on about food. And make it more rewarding to do more things with food earlier in the game. I remember the, what was it? A few years back there was the Minecraft Ideas Academy that put out the Mindful Eating mod, and I think that was really interesting. Because they said, hey, we're going to just reward you for eating when you do specific things. Which I think was a better approach to food. But I still don't think it solved all the problems food had. But I think it got closer. I don't know, like... So you said some way to cook meals that give effects and hearts, especially early game. What effects would you want to give an early game player? I'd be curious to hear. Like, what effects do you think early game players would benefit from? Because I have my thoughts, but I also think that haste early game, yeah, haste is one that comes to mind for sure. I guess the question is, how would you control early game haste to make sure that it's not being used? I mean, the obvious answer that comes to mind now that I'm saying it out loud is just, like, limit it to haste 1. But, just controlling haste to make sure that it doesn't get out of control. Because then late game, that becomes the best food, if it's the food that gives haste. Or it becomes like a food that people always have on them. I guess if it's a food that you're always using as like your last piece of food to make sure you're filling up on haste right before a mining trip, that's actually not a bad thing. That's kind of accomplishing the goal that we want, right? Which is players to be more thoughtful about how they eat in the game. So I guess that accomplishes the goal. Thinking about it. Oh, this is gonna be a tall tower. I might need to protection or a defense effect for surviving the first night or making trips to the mines with no torches easier. Potion infused food is a mid-game thing, though. Like, potions are mid-game, and honestly, I think potions should just be the kind of focused version of it. I like the idea of a defense effect. I also like the idea of a active regenerative effect that I've heard talked about in these discussions. Like the idea of just giving some additional way to heal. Foods with built-in potion effects. Well, that's kind of what we're discussing. Like, what effects would you want to give players in the early game as a reward for eating the right food? Whatever we're determining the right food to be, you know, that detail is one that can get sorted out in design and balancing and such. You know how easy it is to get the food, but ultimately, if it's a food that players are getting early game, it's a food that players will be able to get late game too. Which means you need to think about how late game players would use that food that they're given early game in the late game. Or do you want there to just be these strata of foods for different stages of the game? I don't know. Maybe we like the idea that players might use different foods for different comfort levels, right? Like, okay, this is a food I can have and always know I'm safer. A health boost food? That's an interesting concept. I could see it being abused. I think it'd have to have some like limiting factor. I'm much more inclined to like some form of regeneration boost. That's just my personal opinion. Again, I'm open to discussion. Oof, ouch. Okay, we need to start having ways to get back up. I think giving players the ability to have like to get benefits from eating certain foods early game that like are passive and last long and cumulative. Defense prot 1 meal, a way to upgrade the meal with items obtained later in the game. Um, that's an interesting concept. I think, like I say, having effects with the existing foods in the game that just build up over time as rewards for using them. For example, if you were in the early game eating regular carrots, you might get some benefit where you can see a little bit better in through occlusion and darkness a little bit better. And this would be cumulative so that as you go along, you could see better and better. This is an example based off of British propaganda, but you know, like it's an example for simplicity's sake. There's a food you eat that gives you a boost to your ability to see, and so other foods could give you these small cumulative boosts that boost up over the last and take into account, let's say, your last 20 or 30 foods eaten. So then the game is tracking what your last few foods that you ate were and rewarding you based off of what food you've eaten recently. If you are preparing for a combat mission, maybe you actually eat foods related to combat. Maybe you eat steaks or beefs. Steaks or pork chops or something. Steaks or beefs. I'm so good at words. steaks or pork chops that then give you this cumulative boost over time to reward you for actually preparing. And then as you're in a fight, in a setting, you would get different boosts. Maybe you're planning to go mining, but you know that when you finish mining, you're not going to need so much of the dark vision and eyesight boosting as you will your like a boost to your fortification, your fortitude, as a fortitude boost. So you might want to eat foods that will boost your health and your fortitude, just as a concept. Wait, did I just witness a way that like you can use a wandering trader to get infinite leads? By separating him away from his animals and then reconnecting him to them? Anyway, the concept of like getting boosts to the way that you experience the game that are like cumulative, and so you get small boosts. Okay, so in this case you would have, let's say, a meat food group. And the meat food group boosts your overall health, your overall defense, and your overall resistance. As a concept. But just eating beef isn't good enough. You want to eat beef and pork and chicken. As a way to increase the cost and increase the commitment for late game players. But early game players still get benefits out of, like, eating what foods they can find. I guess the question is, do you want to encourage diverse food sources or not? What? How many of you are there? Are you all duplicates of each other, or are you different? You're different? What? There was a third one, too. Or did they kill the llamas? That seems more likely that they killed the llamas. This is not a thing you see every day in survival. I mean, when I give examples, it's to ensure that I'm understanding what you're proposing correctly. I like to make sure that I'm understanding what people are saying accurately. I don't like getting people's takes wrong. And so in this way, you would still encourage people to kind of eat whatever's on hand. Would there be punishments for eating bad foods? Like, there's already the punishment for eating spider eyes, rotten flesh, raw chicken, puffer fish. Would there be other bad foods, or would there even be benefits to eating, like, raw fish in context of, like, you know, raw fish and raw kelp? You eat those two together and you get some sort of sushi benefit or something. Like, would there be food profiles you'd want to aim for? Like, okay, you want to keep eating these 6 things in rotation? And again, this is just your concept, so, you know. Not like it's getting out of the game, but it's worth discussing, I think. Because if we know what we want out of the game, it's a lot easier to ask for it. I think hunger is the oldest standing mechanic that's not seen a recent update, which is wild. Like, hunger and the inventory are the two oldest mechanics that have not been updated in for freaking ever. And it's wild how long it's been since we've updated either mechanic. Well, I'm not saying that we'd remove any of the bad effects. I'm just asking, would there be a category of food that would give you a benefit for, even though you took the, like, maybe even as a reward for having taken these bad effects, you get some descriptive of benefit. I was more thinking, like, if you eat rotten flesh a lot, then you would get immunity to the effects of being hit by a husk. And so there might actually be a reason to eat, like, rotten flesh as, like, for, like, 5 of your last 20 foods if you were living in a desert, because you fight husks enough that you don't want to get hunger all the time. I also think that what this does is it gives an interesting new dimension to PvP, where you could have different specific foods that you'd want to gather as part of your PvP stuff. I think it would add a new option. Like, oh, okay, so you go to the Nether, you make a bunch of like Nether themed foods. You eat a lot of like, you know, hoglin meat, specifically hoglin meat. Let's say hoglin gets its own meat type, separate from pork. And so then you eat a lot of hoglin meat, and then you suddenly become much better at dealing with like fire damage. Things like that. It's like, no, you're not immune. You just take less ticks of damage from the fire, or you take it every other fire tick rather than every fire tick. Things like that. Oh, this is my first instance coming across Dark Oak logs. I think this is my first instance coming across Dark Oak. I didn't even realize I had Dark Oak over here. 3 Dark Oak saplings, 4 Dark Oak saplings. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We get to grow Dark Oak now. This is my first time in this world getting Dark Oak. Heck yeah. Let's freaking go. This is gonna be sick. I didn't realize I had a Dark Oak tree over here. It's like, it just looks like other trees, but it doesn't just look like other trees. So sick. I love this world gen pack. Like, listen, the update that added calcite literally said, we're not gonna give you that much. Oh yeah, exactly. If, for example, you could have food groups that, like, heavily focus on reducing your recharge to buff axe PvP, but it would leave you very vulnerable to damage. Whereas you could have other groups that are heavily focused towards survivability and buffing your endurance and your resistance, but at the cost of your DPS being turned down. So suddenly the way you eat would impact everything about how you play. Very cool to finally have Dark Oak. I'm so happy. I didn't realize I had Dark Oak out of here at all. It's so cool. I'm so excited about Dark Oak, man. I have not been this excited about getting a wood type in Minecraft in a long time. But considering I haven't found a Dark Oak forest, I think I'm pretty justified in being pretty excited. Because all I have around is taiga and forest, and there's that windswept forest, which looks so sick because it's all mud and basalt. Oh, so cool. That's cool. I also love that they have this stuff over here where, like, at some edges of taigas, you can just find terracotta. Which, again, very cool. Let's just mix things around a bit more. Make things a little bit more accessible. That stony shore is not snow. No. That's calcite. Again, it's like, they said, hey, let's make things more accessible so you can build with more interesting and cool blocks. Calcite strips. It's like, oh. Okay, yeah, that seems really cool. Really appreciate that. That's the tiniest cherry grove. Is that in my vanilla seed? Is that part of the main seed? I'm pretty sure it is. Let's check the seed map real quick. It really is just that tiny over there. So raw potatoes, carrots, glowberries, like melons that you find in the mine shafts. Yeah, I think this also it nerfs golden apples and golden carrots in a way that like just buffs other things, which feels good. I need to like get to a point where I can just be okay putting a top on this build. I need more oak logs first. We're just gonna go thin out this oak. Buff your mining. I don't want to buff drop rate ore drops. I don't want to buff ore drops, but buffing speed is fine. I think buffing the player is fine. I don't want to buff the player in how they, in like how the loot tables work. I don't want these buffs to affect the loot tables. The reason I say that, to be clear, is when you start changing how players engage with loot tables, it's basically punishing them for not having the right foods and not knowing that you could have gotten foods if they when they don't have the right food, right? So the whole, oh, you haven't been eating raw potatoes for the last 5 hunger bars or whatever. Like, no, get wrecked. But buffing mining speed is a thing that you get to make up for in other ways. Also, it keeps enchanting relevant. I want enchanting to still feel good. So buffing mining speed as a cumulative thing, like it goes down, versus the enchanting buff should stay consistent. I think if you were gonna buff ore drops, you should buff all drops. In some way, like some form of lucky diet, Maybe this comes as a result of just eating like golden carrots and such, or maybe it comes from just drinking a lot of potions in general, or drinking a lot of water. I don't know. Stay hydrated, kids. Um, Golden carrots, golden apples. Yeah, golden carrots, golden apples is certainly a thing that like I could see as being part of it, because golden carrots especially are very already known to be a meta food. I think I'd want to reward a player for eating a less than ideal food. Like I wouldn't want the golden apple especially, no. But golden carrots for sure could be like part of the group. Especially if eating a golden carrot made it more difficult. Like, okay, you have to have like kelp and golden carrots and maybe an unenchanted golden apple has to be part of your last 5 foods eaten or something, or whatever. Like something recent, not well I ate it, so now I have 20 eats until I need to replace it, but I need to eat 3 things in that list, so like but giving enchanted golden apples a reason to be used, not hoarded, I feel like is really good. Oh no, I know, but regular golden apples give a health buff anyway. They give a health, they give a bunch of potion effects. You'd have to take that away from them if you were going to allow them to be part of a group that gives you basically passive fortune. Like fortune with no durability reduction, no enchanting requirements. Because the thing is, like, these passives are designed to buff the player, for sure, but I think that you'd have to be really careful about, like, buffing it with fortune. If the buffs from the regular Gapples were removed, then yeah, then they could be part of this group, for sure. I just think a lot of people wouldn't want to remove their Gapple buffs. It would certainly be a huge change to the PvP meta, though. It would be a huge smack in the face of the combat players. I mean, it would mean that they're not just hoarding one food, which I guess is a good thing. Make them actually think about their gameplay for once. Maybe we could actually give the poisonous potato a use. Put the poisonous potato in this group. Oh, and the best part is that if you put the poisonous potato in this group, you could also just say, hey, this buff passively makes you less likely to get poisonous potatoes. So then it's harder to get the poisonous potatoes. I like that idea. You put in a food, but then make it harder to get that food while you have the buff. That's good. In terms of things I think Minecraft would be likely to do, because I think this whole, like, track your last 10 foods, that's a very modded approach. You should probably eat. Yeah. All this talk about food makes you realize you should eat. I ate before I started. But you should definitely go eat. I think Minecraft is much more likely to either make foods, like just tweak the balancing on them, tweak food eat times, and tweak food reward for saturation and such. Or even, this is maybe something that would be more interesting, allow you to shift to eat a food slower, but as a result, you get more saturation and hunger from it. And if you're sprinting, you could eat food quickly without losing your sprint, but you get a lot less from it, which is a little bit more of a vanilla approach to things, I think, and more likely to go down. If you're still in the chat, eGamerDragon, I'd love your thoughts on what I just said. Like, for the my slightly more vanilla approach. Or at least more realistic approach. Things that they're more likely to do. Because I don't see them overhauling the entire food system anytime soon. I think they should, but I don't foresee it. So I'd love to hear from you, eGamer, if you're in the chat. In the meantime, we are still trying to get more logs. Yo, random bamboo, bamboo. Oh, welcome to my little welcome to my party. What? Oh, I forgot you could climb bamboo. Why can't I climb this one? Is it about height? It might be about height. Or thickness. Is that bamboo a little thicker than this one? I gotta remember that I can climb bamboo and design some base around that. It's the thickness of the bamboo? Thank you. It's what I assumed, but... got distracted. I mean, now I'll have bamboo planks to play with at some point, whenever I set up a bamboo farm. Bamboo is very cool to play with. I respect bamboo because I think it's the best thing to, like, do auto-crafting with for like, if you're gonna set up a good auto-crafting system, I think you should do it with bamboo, because it's one of the easiest things to do it with. Something like poisonous potato stew or what? I feel like if we were gonna get new recipes, it'd either be like standalone items or it would be a stew. By standalone item, I mean like a pumpkin pie or a cake or something. Things like that we already cook. Or it would be a stew. Which I think is weird that, like, the only cooked things we have are baked goods. And also, interestingly, like, well, baked goods and stews. And, like, all the baked goods we have are pies. Oh, okay. Well, so the question is, would you be able to get to use the recipe, to utilize the recipe if you didn't have the knowledge of it already? I think that's an important question. Or are you saying that, like, this would be a way in which do limited crafting was forced? Because one of Minecraft's things is that they have do limited crafting, don't get me wrong, but they like it being a choice that players make. Topped into it. And so you'd essentially be forcing it on players. Not that I'm opposed to it, but... And actually, I really like the idea of being able to data drive based off of statistics what a Wandering Trader can offer based off of, like, the nearest player to the Wandering Trader when it spawns. Have the consumption effectiveness of food. Sprint eating has the effectiveness, crouch eating doubles it. And double. So sprint eating you'd eat slower. I guess that makes sense. And then crouch eating you'd eat faster and get double the benefits. I would love to see usefulness for Wandering Trader late game. What I'm more actually interested in with that feature is the ability to, like I say, based on statistics, control what options the Wandering Trader will offer. Which would allow me to do things like adding a lava bucket to the Wandering Trader if you've hit a certain statistic. Yes, they do spawn on the player. And they do spawn on the player, and actually they don't just spawn on the player, they spawn around a player, and how they spawn is either based on a player, or it's based off of a bell within the player's, within a certain radius of the player. And so if the player is within a certain distance of a bell, then they will spawn based off of the bell, and then pathfind to the bell, rather than spawn based off of the player and pathfind to the player. So it depends. So yeah, I agree that Wandering Trader. I want the Wandering Trader to stay relevant into the late game. Because once you have the Elytra, then the Wandering Trader is pretty much useless. Like, I was really excited to get Cactus from the Wandering Trader here in the early/mid game. I consider myself to be in like the into the mid game where I can get resources, I can do building relatively quickly, but I'm not, and I have like diamond armor. Sure, I need to go get mending on these pieces. We'll do that in a bit. But I'm certainly not as well established as I'd like to be. The chests are around the side. Pizza's almost done cooking. Good to hear. Pizza's amazing. I love pizza. I love pizza so much. Pizza's so good. I don't know how to feel about you anymore. That pizza might not be good. It was cooked in an air fryer. Okay, we're gonna let this grow up and get nice and thick. In the meantime, we'll still pillar up like a plebeian, but once that is grown and thick, we will be using it. Depends on the air fryer. Some air fryers are. I'm not gonna argue with you about the state of your air fryer. Just not all air fryers are. I think one thing that would make 1DT a lot more popular into the late game is if he sold armor trims. Let him sell armor trims for like 4 emerald blocks. Yes, charge emerald blocks, but or 45 emeralds or whatever. You know, 45, 36 emeralds. And then he said, yeah, it's simple. That might be a data pack that I add. I know how to code that, I think. I can just steal other people's code for that, honestly. Is that tall enough? Yeah, I think that's tall enough for this layer. Oh, what's that? Fixed it? Cool, it's all fixed. Double check. Oh, let's go up and bring all of this in a bit. Eventually, the Wonder Trader would appear with quests for the player in exchange for higher emerald returns than villagers. So, are you saying something like the Wandering Trader appears with a quest to bring him, for example, an ominous banner? Um, or bring him these sort of rarer items? Or are you saying that... Yeah, and you get these, like, high-value propositions. I like that concept. It feels good. It feels like it would be, like, fun to play. And if you don't have the items and you have no shot, like you could get out of despawn space. It's good to know that they patched void trading. I feel like that's something that makes a lot of sense, honestly, for the game. Wait, why can I climb up one side of this, but not the other? Why is it only this one side I can't climb up? Why are you bullying me, Bamboo? Can you just not climb up the north side? Ever? Yeah, for people playing on normal worlds, void trading is really, really not that like important at all. Why can't I climb the north side? What is this? What is this discrimination? I want to climb the north side. But no, I can climb every side except the north side. Let's head back to the tower. Also, hi fish, good to see ya. Um, we were talking about how one, the trader could be more relevant into the late game. We were also talking about different ways that we would want to see the food system improved in Minecraft, because we feel like the hunger in the food system is just kind of weak and lacking. And even earlier than that, we were talking about different ways that we would, well, just identifying that the inventory system needs improvement as we have so many blocks now. Love to hear thoughts in this regard at all. Um, yeah, I'd love to see Wandering Trader quests, or some equivalent to the Wandering Trader as like a quest giver. You know, a guild, an adventuring guild master, or something that could come around as on a visit. Mm, maybe we'll go down to the mines for a minute. Go down to the mines, break the pick. It'll be great. I have I have diamond picks, but they're just not. I'm just using up my iron tools before I move to diamond. And why would I craft a diamond sword if I have a trident? I don't need one for a while. We want redstone. At least I want redstone and diamonds. Redstone and diamonds sounds pretty nice. One more layer. There we go. Redstone and diamond layer. I need to develop this tunnel. Oh, I forgot how to breaking 3 on this thing. There we go. There we go. Broken. No diamonds, no redstone. For now, just check it there. I'll worry about how those chests are going to get organized another time. Yeah, there we go. Fair enough. I think when it comes to inventory, I don't think there should be it should be a matter of slots. I think the inventory shouldn't be limited by slots, but by weight of items. But I think that that would be such a big change that it might put people off of it. Um, but yeah, there should be some like weight value given to items. Whether it doesn't need to be a realistic weight. It shouldn't be in pounds or kilograms. It should be in like Minecraft weight units or whatever. that like you could see a bar filling up here. Change the GUI, add a little bar here that tells you how full your weight is. Much like the bundle has their percent full, just have a little percent of weight. Oh, so if so then you could hit a cap on either. I assume that if you exceed the grid or the weight system, you just have your movement massively reduced, and eventually it just becomes zero movement. Yeah, you can walk slowly until you run out of stamina, or in the case of Minecraft, until you run out of hunger. Yeah, you suffer movement penalty, which I'm totally down for. I think that with the Ender Chest, in the late game, most of the time, the weight factor is not a problem. But I think a lot of the items that we get in the early game that clutter up our grid inventory are things like a little pile of gunpowder, an egg, string, a bone. Like, these aren't heavy items. It's not like, I've got a whole chest full of wood. So, I think that there's a position to be taken that I will take. That maybe we should reevaluate whether the grid is even still a useful system for the player. I think the grid is still very useful as a system for chests, for inventories, for item inventories. And the grid should be auto-generated, but I think maybe the player's inventory should be a little bit closer to the creative inventory, and that it's scrollable. I don't think you need the inventory tabs, but the ability to scroll through your inventory and reorganize it. Probably a good thing. So, yeah, I lean more on, like, the let's play with weight concepts rather than let's play with inventory slot concepts. But, again, that would take a whole tearing down of the game's current inventory model. In current GUI, it wouldn't be hard to extend extra columns. I'd be happy with 2 columns with 1 column added on the side for 1 to 0. So I hit 0. Position 0 isn't real, but 9 is real. So you could add a column on the side. Yeah, that's fair. My thought was just only have the weight limit. You don't need inventory slots. Only have a weight limit. Completely remove the need for slot-based inventory. But again, that would be a huge change to the data structure of how player data is stored, and might not consistently convert player data from worlds across. So I could definitely see like technical limitations with how they convert player data forward. The other thing I'd be totally fine with is having invisible inventory slots that are added. Like, essentially, you get 100 slots or something, but but to begin with, you only see like the starting 36, and then as you need more, this box just becomes scrollable up to your weight limit. And if you hit your weight limit somehow, then you hit your weight limit. And so you could have a scroll bar here if they wanted to. It's not like it fits. You could put it right here at the end of the inventory, a scroll bar. And they'd be fine. Like, no one's feelings would be hurt. Okay, on what platform is it a problem? On Windows 10, it's not a problem. On console is maybe the biggest problem, but on phone, it's not a problem either. It's only a problem on console. And I'm sure that on console, in the inventory, you could have some relevant workaround for the Bedrock players on console. I think they'd be fine. Also, wait, what's this about you caring about Bedrock players suddenly? I remember back in the day. Oh, scrolling on mobile. If you don't know that those inventory slots aren't available, you might try to scroll but drag items instead. Okay, so you guys see the issue being bigger for mobile than for console. Good to know, good to know. I think maybe 2 is the wrong number. They took our TPS. For real, though, for real. Yeah, that was my thought as well for console. Let's have another accent here. Okay, good to know because my thought was if you'd had a touch accessible scroll bar where you wouldn't be dragging through the inventory, but you'd be touching the scroll bar to drag, that would be less of a problem. If they could see the scroll bar on the side to touch and drag. But I could definitely see it being like they'd have difficulty scrolling to the right height then, because this is not a huge amount of space to like touch and drag on a phone. It's a very small space on a phone. So maybe at that point you get like 2 or 3 rows. Yeah, that's not a lot of space to touch and drag. So I could see people having trouble getting the right set. Why can't I climb the north side? I can climb every other side. Just not the north side. Add arrow buttons for fine scrolling. I like that. Like, go back to old GUI systems from the olden days of when we actually cared about our web users. I mean, we still have the arrows, so it wouldn't be hard. It would be very well understood, but it's definitely not like the hip modern style. Definitely doable though if you were to like look at the creative stuff. Yeah, I agree. A page system would be very clunky. Unless you had like a button here on the side that you can click to your pages, page 1, page 2, page 3. At which point you would get a total of like something like, what would that be? Like 81 total inventory slots? Or no. 27 times 3. 60, 71? 60, 81. 81, I'm good. 81 inventory slots. Welcome back, Fred. We're discussing the inventory problem in Minecraft, as well as we discussed for a little while earlier the food, like how to make food better. But right now we're discussing the inventory problem and different potential solutions. I feel like the hunger system and the inventory system are the two oldest systems that have not gotten good updates in over 10 years. Like, they're two systems that have not gotten great updates. Bundles are a step, shulkers are a step, but both of them are like putting a band-aid on the problem and not actually figuring out how to solve the problem. Fish and I discussed having a large number of inventory slots available with some description of a weight constraint. So you would have different items weigh different amounts, and then you could be over encumbered by holding too many of an item, or too much weight. That is not too much of an item, but too much weight. Come on. You know what? I have creepers dealing actual damage disabled. Yeah, I forgot. I can't climb up. So you know how you can climb bamboo, but you can't climb the north side. You can't climb the north side of bamboo. You can climb all the other sides, but not the north side. I just feel picked on. Why can't I climb the north side of bamboo? Let me climb the north side. I need a mod that just fixes that one bug. Creeper block damage is off. Enderman and gas damage, also that is off. Well... here we are. Yeah, bamboo climbing. It's a thing. If I'm not bad at staying on the bamboo. Okay, let's look at my mods list here. What mods could add it? This just literally adds my ability to have a windowless, a borderless window. Borderless. This, I don't recall it being vanilla. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I have something adding it that I don't know about. In which case I can just rewind the mod author. Trade cycling, make invisible traders, just makes villagers less of pain. These are ones that if you're playing in single player and you intend to do villagers, save yourself the pain. These are just like it just lets you look further into their trades and this one just makes it easier to spin it. They work together, they're compatible. Visuality, particles, world playtime. I don't have anything that adds it. Let me know if you see something that I missed that would add it. Lithium, LAMDFU, falling leaves, error notifier. What is this, huh? Udis experimentus? It disables the experimental settings pop-up, which happens when I create or load a world. It means that specifically the data pack that changes my world gen doesn't throw a flag every time I load up the world. Of course you use it, Fred. You probably got tired of being told that this world uses experimental settings and being asked if you want to load it anyway. I'm tired of the thunder already. Watch, I get back and it's like, yeah, we're done thundering. I mean, like I say, let me know if there's something that you think adds it. But I don't see it. I'm gonna go check the wiki now. Reminds you that you need to add use experiences to 1.1.4 instance. Using for training those hardcore, yeah. There's no notes about it being climbable in any of the wiki stuff. I don't know what mod's adding it, but it's got to be a mod adding it. I just don't know what mod is doing it. Maybe Tweakaroo? Whatever adds this, I love it. Yeah, check around Tweakaroo. I have almost all my tweaks set to false, so all we'd have to check. Gamma override, I can enable that, which it's enabled right now. If I were to disable it, it would look like that. Just lets me see through the water better, mostly, at this stage. Yeah, that makes sense for you, Fred. I was really impressed when I saw that first episode of it come out. I was like, oh, Fred's doing hardcore. I wonder how many seasons it'll take him to actually accomplish his goals. We'll take a look. We'll take a look. Fixes, generic. This is hotkeys to enable tweaks. Yeets. I'm gonna have to boot this up on a vanilla version or something.
Preparing to get something, decided you get harder than it needs to be so that you can get good. What is more excessive type of today? Ambient scan, clumps, continuity allows my resource packs to play nice. EMF, ETF, empty culling, air notifier, falling leaves. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just confused by it. I know Bobby doesn't do that. Continuity, controlling. No, data packs. I don't think they can have that behavior slash data pack list. Navigable rivers, data script, armor statues, cauldron concrete, cauldron mud, dragon drops elytra, ender chest always drops graves, husk drops sand, mini blocks, more effective tools, more mob heads, slip touch buddy amethyst. I might remove that. I'm not sure. Storm channeling, unlock all recipes. That's some vanilla. That's some crafting tweaks from Vanilla Tweaks and Timber mod or Timber from Vanilla Tweaks. Not mod. None of that adds bamboo climbing. I'm so confused. Like it's not listed on the wiki, but it's also not a data pack, and it's also not any of my mods. I have to believe it's vanilla. You know what? Let's see if I have. Let's make a vanilla instance. Um. That is just vanilla. And I will test it. Vanilla, latest version. Test. I'm curious now. I'm just gonna boot up a vanilla instance, and if it works in vanilla, then it's one of these things that they changed or added unintentionally. Either it needs to be added to the bug report or it doesn't. We'll see. It's a weirdly niche thing. Cool, that makes all of us. Oh, this is not where you went in anyway. Let's go all the way around. Let's get all the data I have on my bamboo that's here so that I can set the block properly when I set it. Age 1. So all age 1, it's all age 1. I knock it off. Age 1 versus this is age. The bamboo sapling. It's age 0. It's thin and hence age 0. That's age 1. Good to know. Let's boot up my 1.21.4 vanilla instance. What mod is adding this? So this is a mod. Is it any
Press
of the
enter to enable
libraries?
the narrator.
Hush, hush. Hush. We don't like the narrator in this house. Bunch of Colton libraries. This is a library mod. Lots of features, they say. Okay. But we know that it doesn't work on vanilla, so I don't know what's causing this. That, as an option, is possible. I bet it's some form of library that is intended to be helpful, but somehow adding things that I don't know about. I do bet it's this one for some reason. I'm gonna look at its GitHub code now. This is fascinating mysteries that we're solving. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what is causing this. This is so weird. No, that's what I was looking at. Bamboo, nothing. Climb, nothing. Rise, nothing. I didn't see anything in the GitHub about this. But if I search bamboo, climb, a bowl. No, I didn't see anything there. Let's look. I don't think I have any movement mods. Transport. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's just go and do the so basically we're isolating. We have this one that has, if I check the world folder, what data packs does it have? A lot of old, out-of-date data packs, actually, that don't work anymore. We're gonna make a new folder to say keep the oldies in, and then we're gonna put all these packs in there, and then it won't work in the world. Save. And then this, my testing world will be a valid place to test. Don't worry about that.
I finally found a solution I was happy with a simple modular custom crafting or auto crafting system that I was happy with. We can look at that later. Oh, did fish have to go? I don't know. Fish is still here or not. Okay, bamboo. I can spell bamboo. I'm from the west. No. North. No. Okay. Slash. Set block. Bamboo. Replace. Age 1. Oh wait, am I approaching this from the north? Facing east. Okay. Well, let's just set all these to age 1. And this one as well. And now, we do not. So it is a data pack level thing. What data pack is doing it? Saves. Data packs. Creeper Grief, Enderman Grief, Armor, Statues. Is it something in Withers? Like... So it's in a data pack. What data pack is doing this? I think timber might be it. Okay, I will look into the data of the timber data pack. Don't worry. Timber data. Start with tags, block, function. Minecraft tags function. Load? No. Tweaks tags. No. Timber tags. Item? Block? Grow? No. That doesn't make sense. Well, there's no data that would suggest... Because I expected something like a tag climbable or something. Well, it's a data pack. Yeah, it's a timber data pack that I have. It's the Vanilla Tweaks one. Okay, that's all world gen stuff. Don't worry, I'm checking this thoroughly. And vanilla tweaks.
Okay, that's all expected behavior for those tags. I don't see any tags that I'm not expected to see there. Cool. I don't know. I'm going pack by pack at this point. This is so confusing. Is it something weird in like the Graves mod? Or not mod, but data pack. I'm just going through every data pack. Check it. Every data pack that has the possibility to have impacted these behaviors. It's not any of my anti-grief ones. I know how they work. I know how armor statues works. I know how cauldron, concrete, and mud and dragon drops elytra works. I know how all of these work, except for a few. And I've looked through all their data quite thoroughly. Unless it's in here for some reason. Nope, there's not even a tag for it. I don't know what's causing this behavior. It's very strange. Plants, blue ice, calcite pools, replaceables, cannot replace. Tapui, deep slate, ranch, replaceable, lava, or placeables. What is causing the game to look at the bamboo like it's a scaffolding? Or climbable in some way? I don't see it. I don't see the data. This is the weird experience. I don't know what's going on. I don't get it, guys. I don't know where it's from. It's one of those data packs, but I don't know which one. I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna pretend like it's fine. Watch, it'll have gone away now. Nope, it has not gone away as a behavior. This is so weird. I'll take some time later and to work on it, man. Don't worry about it for now. I appreciate the offer. I'm just gonna be chill. Oh yeah. For some reason, listen. I want to figure out why it only works on the why it only breaks on the north side. Whoever wrote that data pack should either want to know that it's added this functionality that they didn't intend, or alternatively that it lacks functionality they intended. That's what's more confusing to me. It's like clearly they intended it to work a little bit more than it does, but it doesn't even do that. So sucks to be whoever coded that, honestly. Sucks to be them.
So anyway, that was weird. But we're just ignoring it. There's no way that's a compatibility error. I'll be real, like that just doesn't happen as a result of a compatibility error. I am doubtful. I bet that it's something someone added a tag to like some like scaffolding relevant recipe, I bet. That or some scaffolding relevant tag. And they added bamboo to it because they're like, oh, bamboo should be here. And they just didn't understand. So they just didn't understand what they had done. Listen, I'm just going to take advantage of what I have. But last I remembered, no, I could not climb fences or walls. Oh yeah, this is a little resource pack thing. When the tree gets tall enough, gets old enough, and it grows a little taller to indicate that it's grown, but it can't keep going, or it might keep going, but it's struggling. I mean we'll test fences and other such pillars later. This is the first time I've actually seen so many wandering traders. Oh, open eye blossoms. Okay, okay, we're gonna be right back, Mr. Wandy T. Mr. Wandy T. We're gonna go get. I haven't been to a Pale Garden yet. Actually, I also haven't been down to a Lush Cave yet. Words. I high-key wish that pale oak saplings were able to generate from pale moss. That would be really cool, but also a little bit busted. So like I get why they don't do it, but also I kind of wish they did. Pale oak. Pale oak is the wood type we've been dreaming about for years. Pale oak is the wood type we've been dreaming about for years. I want to know, what tags does bamboo have? Bamboo roots can grow through them. Okay. Graves can stop on top of them. What? Why is it in the tag Minecraft climbable? See, it's here in this Minecraft climbable tag, which is wild. This is so strange. Why? Why are you like this? How do I get rid of this? Dispose here. Cool. Oh, that way you can get resin?
Yeah, that'd be cool. I wonder how they save the tree structures. Like, cause sometimes trees are saved. I just wish they would make trees data driven. Slash the structure place feature hail oak. Interesting. No, 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 no. That was me observing what the current tags on the world are. I could actually go to other worlds and check the tags. But there's something with tag climbable. Like, okay, I can look at this here. We have plantable on use. I should instead uses tag plantable on mineable axe animal foods panda food panda eats from ground. Right? Oh, what's the thing? Uh, search. What's it? Tag percent. Search. That's lame. Let's disable that. Um, search. No, whatever. Um, let's go with something that we know. I think I'm using a mix of the two, but yeah. Fall damage resetting, climbable. And if we open an expanded view, twisting vines, cave vines, globe area, all these. But then in the other world, for some reason, the tags are different. And I don't know why. I don't know what here edits the tag to be different.
At least now I know exactly what the tag is. Probably what I'll do is... just open it with VS Code. I know, this whole stream has been hijacked by Climbable Bamboo. It's so weird. I was talking about, like, revolutionizing the hunger system. Like, we came up with some actually really interesting ideas about the hunger system. We're talking about all sorts of things. We're going back to the game. We're going back to the game. I am done being hijacked by Climbable Bamboo. It sounds like a future me problem. In the meantime, why did I come back? Wait, why did I come back? Why did I come back here? I better not have come back just to sleep. That would have been a really bad reason to come back. Oh, eye blossoms. Aha. I needed emeralds. Okay. I don't have a fixed number of lighthouses planned, but the goal is to be able to use the lighthouses to navigate effectively around my world. So even if I'm not gonna have like a massive base somewhere, I might have a lighthouse there as a navigational lighthouse, which is not entirely inconsistent with the function of lighthouses historically. What I'm doing right now is less of a lighthouse in terms of function, and more of just a large tower that will be like a central point to the little town I'm going to build around it. Because I'm not going to put shroom light or other light, any other like major light looking blocks in the top of it like I did with like those two. So, but I definitely am likely to put some lighthouses on the other side. Put something somewhere over here, maybe probably on this island. I'll have a lighthouse over on this island somewhere, and something over here, probably right here. As well as maybe something over here on this corner. We'll see. Whether it's strictly a lighthouse or so much as just like a warning buoys sort of thing, I'm not sure. I could definitely see like some of those areas over that I was talking about over there being like major shipwreck points. So having like major warning buoys as well as lighthouses would be... It was that Dover with the White Cliffs? Honestly, man, that's what I was saying. I have the White Cliffs of Dover in my world with these calcite cliffs. The world gen data packs are lovely. It just takes the vanilla biome distribution and says, let me make the biomes prettier. Love William Withers. Alright. Where is Mr. Trader Man? Sir. Huh. Eye blossoms. Oh, is he out? Okay, he's out of eye blossoms. He only sells me 7 eye blossoms. I don't really have moss. I have pale moss, but not moss. I think I have pale moss. I'm like 80% confident. Like, something adds all these other things. Pale hanging moss, chain, hanging roots, and bamboo. All these are added by something to the tag. So it's not just bamboo that's added. It's other things. This is so weird. I'm gonna have to see what's editing tag climbable for this world. Tag Minecraft climbable. And then I'll have to report to Mojang that tag climbable does not work on the north face of blocks. Like, Like that's the weirdest little bug to discover. No, it's not just bamboo. Oh, for tag climbable. Well, so the other ones are all ones that you can enter into. If we notice here, all these other ones are ones that you can enter into the block. So chain would be the only other one I'd be able to check. Chain is the one that I don't enter into the chain block the same like you don't enter into bamboo. All the others you can go inside of, and so it doesn't affect. No, I didn't find the mod. I found the problem. I found the problem that is that like 4 or 5 items are being added to the tag climbable. I don't know what mod it is that's doing it. But we found whatever is causing the problem is using... It's a data pack, one. But we're not sure... I'm not sure why the data pack... Like, who added things to tag climbable, to Minecraft's climbable tag. Whatever they did it very intentionally, because they added, like, 4 or 5 things. It wasn't, like, a left in from a prior thing. And it may well have been something that I intentionally added, thinking that's going to be cool. So, who knows? Who knows, man? I don't know what's going on anymore. I used to, but I don't anymore. Okay, this allows me to then bring dark oak fences up, have dark oak and spruce fences alternating down. Supporting this top area when I build out the top area a little wider. That's a future problem. For now, we're just going to climb back down. Yeah, but whatever's done this has added something to the Minecraft's default tags. And I don't know why. I'm not sure I care too much. It's kind of interesting. Like, I'm not opposed to bamboo being climbable. I think bamboo's the one I think is the most offensive of those to make climbable. Because the rest it's like, okay, I could hang on to the roots. I could climb up the vines. Some of them are already in vanilla. And I'm just using scaffolding to find the tag. Nope, that's not the tag. This is the tag. Chain makes sense. Hanging moss and hanging roots make sense, right? Like, they're very small gains. Like, it's pretty niche. How are you going to climb a hanging root? Hanging moss, you're more likely to climb. And it kind of makes sense. It gives it a viney feel. And chains, I'm okay with people climbing. I feel like that makes sense. Bamboo... I see what they were going for. I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do with that next. I genuinely don't know what I want to do with this tower next. I mean, I want to put a top on the tower. But I don't know what it's going to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hanging roots... Well, but you have cave vines. I guess hanging roots would allow you to do cave vines to do it where you couldn't with cave vines, maybe. Do hanging roots go 2 down? I thought hanging roots were only 1 down. Only hung down 1. Can hanging roots hang down farther? Hanging roots only hang 1. That's what I thought. Because with climbable blocks, it has to be your feet have to be in the block, not your head. But for climbing to be relevant, you'd have to be at a position where you couldn't crawl, so your feet would not be in the block. It's weird. It's weird. Whatever it is, it's weird.
Right. I mean, nah, I'm gonna drop these off at Moo Cow Ranch. At Moo Cow Ranch. Yeah, I don't know why add it. It doesn't make sense. Pale moss, I think hangs down further, but I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me on that. I think it does, but I haven't really looked into that, into as much of the newer content that's been added to the game since I've gotten back into it. Um, yeah, you wouldn't need it anyway if you could walk on ceilings, exactly. I mean, if you had 90-degree rotated gravity, it would be relevant. But then bamboo doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna go through every one of these data packs. I'm gonna analyze every data pack I have here. Off stream, I'll do that off stream. On stream, it's not that engaging content. Although I've been here for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and you guys are still watching as I go through those data packs, so maybe. But I want to open it up in VS Code and just make it a lot easier to search through all of it. Just search for something in a Minecraft folder called climate. Engaging for my core audience, perhaps, right? Yeah, for real. Okay, Fred, have you given much thought to the hunger system and how it works right now? It's something I've been giving more thought to recently. I feel like we spent a lot of time talking about the inventory system as a community right now. But I feel like the hunger system is next on the list of like things that really like hunger and inventory are both up there, but inventory is getting band-aided a lot. It's getting the patchwork quilt band-aid. We'll get something to fix it long term eventually. I'm curious if you've given any thought to hunger as a concern, as a game mechanic, game system, or if there are other game systems occupying. Yeah, I like apple skin. It's very good. Apple skin even shows exhaustion. That's what the little gray the I don't know if it's a good way to show this, but there we go. The little fuzz background behind this, that's the exhaustion meter. When it fills up, you lose some saturation. Yeah. Apple skin's great. But no, I'm actually like criticizing the hunger system as a concept. Like I'm saying that like there's no reason to eat more than 2 foods in this game, or 1 food. You can get by with just pork, or steak, or golden carrots. You're good. You're done. Solved it. Hunger's done. Excuse me, sir. That's my boat. Pumpkin pie, right? But the point is, if you have a good... Chicken is a good way to automate, to have food if you want it automated. Beef or pork is a good way to get food, to get meat if you want it automatic. If you want it from trading... Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. The pumpkin pie people. If you want it from trading, pumpkin pie, golden carrots, both of those are totally valid sources of food.
Oh, now it shows up. Why is this here? What added you? What added you? You know what the worst thing is? I can't even check what added it easily. But like, okay, if you have golden carrots are just slightly, they have higher saturation but lower food healing than steak. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have higher saturation but lower food healing. Cooked pork is actually the same as steak, if I remember right. Cooked pork, steak, they're literally the same food. Cooked fish, if you have a fish farm, I guess you could go with. Cooked salmon's better than cooked cod for some reason. So, needing a balanced diet to get max health, do you mean to regenerate to max health or to have the maximum number of hearts possible? I'm curious what you mean by to get max health. Because the thing is, I don't want to make the early game of food more punishing than it already is. But the late game is quite bland for food. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I think the problem is with trying to punish people for trying to like punish people by taking things away for not being food diverse. You make it really easy to accidentally make the early game a lot harder than it needs to be for a lot of players. Not just new players, but a lot of players that just don't have that great early game skills. Yeah, exactly. Like, Terraforming Minecraft is a good example. If you don't have food diversity, you're screwed. Even like Pam's Harvest Craft and like not Pam's Harvest Craft the mod, but Spice of Life. Spice of Life is a mod that is like really punishing to saying you need to develop a diverse supply of food, otherwise you get absolutely smacked in the face. You just get torn down if you don't have enough food. Do I have books somewhere? No? No books? Anywhere? Oh. That's weird. Spice of Life doesn't necessarily add extra health by default. No. It doesn't. There are other companion mods that can do that, but Spice of Life by default does not. Yeah, no, Spice of Life is pretty brutal baseline. One of the things that we were discussing was buffing, giving you benefits for eating different foods. Well, that is highly configurable. So you can say, oh, you only need to have eaten this in, you know, this many different foods in different amounts of hunger too. So you can have different thresholds. It's very configurable. And if we were gonna add something like Spice of Life to Minecraft, you would have like a food diversity minute threshold, where you had a certain number of hunger. That was a game rule that was added. So you have a game rule to I think that was a thing that was added, and yeah, with some juices having minor potion effects. If I remember, it was mostly speed that you got. Sorry. I was thinking Pam's Harvestcraft again. You were talking about it just as a general suggestion. That would be interesting. One of the things we were discussing was like I say, buffing food overall and giving you cumulative benefits. This is a real big overhaul of the food system, where you get cumulative benefits based off of what food you eat. Yeah, build his teeth from create is what he's talking about. Right. Yeah, so in this case, it would be a small cumulative benefits based off of the last however many foods you eat, like Spice of Life, but instead of nerfing you for not eating enough foods, we buff you for eating a wider diversity of foods. And eating foods strategically to the events you're about to take on. So for well-fed is a thing in a lot of things. I think even Spice of Life has well-fed. If you are at high food. No, what we're proposing is more like a food group based buff. So you might have a sweets. I don't know if if you were in the right space at a couple years back when Minecraft Ideas Academy was kind of big-ish. And it's kind of fallen out since. I haven't seen it make a video in over a year, but they had this mod that they put out called Mindful Eating, which rewarded you with a massive reduction in the exhaustion, the little fuzzy meter at the bottom behind my bread, rewarded you with a reduction in exhaustion for eating the right food before doing a task, by giving you significantly less exhaustion. So you eat the right food. Let's say you eat a vegetable before you go running around, or you eat some meat to heal up, or you might eat sweets before you go mining, or whatever the example is. Right, hot coffee or chocolate for energy. Exactly. And in that way, you get rewarded for eating a variety of foods, because you can get benefits by filling up a food meter for balanced food eating, but also it can show you. The concept was that the food meter here at the bottom would change based off of what you had eaten recently, and would show you different things. Yeah, a bit more of an RPG food system was what they were suggesting. Mindful eating was the concept, was the mod. It didn't receive any update support beyond 1.18.2, if I remember right. Maybe it got updated to 1.19. I don't remember. But that was an interesting concept, where you would be rewarded with a small thing for eating a food and doing a relevant task with that food. Yeah, there are others. I'm sure there are others. Mindful eating is just the one that I was aware of at the time that I started having thoughts about the Minecraft food system. I don't know how cooking for blockheads works. Let me look at that. Because I'm aware that it added like a lot of food options. I'm just not aware of cooking for blockheads. How they modified the hunger logic, if they did at all. It looks like anymore it's just multi-block kitchens.
It looks like they didn't actually overhaul much of the hunger system so much as just make it more accessible. Why don't cogs hide and seek? Good luck with all like Mike. For real, yeah. Toontown cogs would not be very good at hide and go seek. But right now we're talking about Minecraft systems. So no, the proposition we were suggesting was like by tracking what the last like 5 or 10 foods that you ate was, or even up to 20. Oh, I forget that the foxes make all these sounds up here. By tracking all the different random off-topic joke, but it is mildly amusing. Exactly right. Definitely love seeing a Toontown joke in my chat whenever I can get it. I'll take it. So the proposal was like you'd be able to eat a particular food or set of foods to benefit you in a particular method, like maybe eating golden carrots, golden carrots, and maybe other relevant vegetables or relevant foods would make it easier for you to see when you are in caves as well as underwater to help clear your fog occlusion faster when you're underwater. Because... Is my game override off? Yeah. Like, this isn't bad here, but when you go into an ocean biome or you go into deeper waters and stuff, it can be a bit much for so just the ability to see better down here would already be a massive boon to a player. The power of wartime propaganda. Exactly. Exactly. Listen, I was just throwing out an example. Another example might be that you would have some resistance, quiet resistance stat in the background that passively gives you some level of armor just for eating the right foods recently. To allow you to have an additional level of fortitude in the face of mobs, or additional regenerative capabilities. Yeah, I'm not opposed to eating chili for resistance. I mean, I was thinking more like eat steak for your fortitude, or maybe steak would be better for regeneration. And so then, you know, what you've recently eaten helps you accomplish your goals. And so maybe you eat potatoes because they help you mine faster. And you eat potatoes and baked potatoes because when you go mining because they're the mining food. Or maybe all root vegetables are the mining food. Because they go through the ground. I'm very clever and creative. Carbo loading for mining. Yeah, faster mining, better at swinging a pickaxe, whatever. Who knows? Maybe there's a reason to eat stews because stews benefit you in some way. Maybe the stews benefit your ability to restore, to refresh from combat. The fact that I can look at the way the villagers wander around a cave and know what time of day it is. It's like 2 in the afternoon or something. Okay, sorry, it's 3:32 in the Minecraft day. I didn't even pay attention, I just saw the villagers wander over. Glowberries... I feel like glowberries and sweetberries should bestow similar offers, but glowberries definitely should offer an additional benefit. I'd be down for glowberries giving you a temporary potion effect, like 3 or 5 seconds of night vision.
Not enough to be like a replacement for a night vision potion, but enough to give you some benefit. Like, maybe sweet berries help you with fog occlusion, and glowberries help you with darkness occlusion. Eating both will be helpful overall, and you should have an all berry pie. Why can I not make berry pie? I can make pumpkin pie, but not berry pie. Real talk. Let me make sweet berry pie, and let me make glowberry pie, please. Yes, let me make sandwiches. Why can't I make sandwiches? We don't want to teach kids about knives. You have a game with swords. It's a game with swords. Let me use a sword. We don't want to then make a knife. Make a knife. I don't care. Let me cook berry pie. Let me cook berry jam. Let me make toast. And jam and sandwiches and stuff. I am still streaming Bildengu. I did not think I would be streaming 4 hours, but here we are. It's definitely been a lot more fun, and I missed it. I should stream more. When I realized I should definitely stream more. It's almost night, so we will sleep soon, and then we'll go out. What did I get all these emeralds for? Oh, I remember what I got all these emeralds for. I remember. I'm almost smart. Sir. Step 1. Step 2. Okay, we need to apparently wait until daylight hours. You know what? Out of the bed. I'm sleeping here now. Oh. Holding the bookshelf in my face is not a good idea. This has been a great stream. Listen, both Pam's Harvest Craft and Farmer's Delight have great things. Like, Farmer's Delight feels like an extension, feels like kind of the spiritual successor of Harvest Craft, even though Harvest Craft is still going on. Farmer's Delight has the chopping block recipes, yeah. Dude, what are you doing over here? Why are you over here? Where are you going? There's no blast furnace over there. Go to your job. Stop stalking me. Where is Marion Librarian? Not stuck in the boat. I have not actually seen a villager get stuck in the boat since I got them all their professions and made sure all their profession blocks were only on this side of town. Vinery, I'm aware of it. I have not played with it, but I'm aware of it. Yeah, I haven't used it myself, but I am aware that it exists and of what it can do. I know of its capabilities. I think the prevalence of food mods should tell us just how much we want hunger to be better in this game. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Listen, I'm so confused as to why Minecraft is so opposed to adding non-stone, non-wood slabs. Or, like, give me dirt layers? If not slabs? Layers, please? When using a trident, being too hungry can be the difference between life and death. Like, before you pass out, or in terms of your availability? Those are two very different things. Like, just because you could do it in terms of your availability. Oh, for battery life. Okay, okay. I mean, it could be useful if you were doing, like, a long international trip. Where you had long flights. Fair enough, fair enough. I need to figure out how I'm going to top this. What I'm going to put on top of this. Maybe first I should figure out, the going up this. Anything else I want from him? We played VR for 5.5 hours and the battery only went down 5%. That's a pretty good battery. I'll be real. I'll level with you. It's pretty good. Well, since this has the climbable tag, I'm going to leave some around at the bottom. And when they grow, they grow. I think I'm going to do oak wood going all the way up the center. Alright, see you later, Fred. It was good chatting with you. I'm probably going to end the stream soon. It is really easy to lose track of time while I'm streaming. But it's been great hanging out with y'all. I've missed y'all, man. Like, not to sound too cheesy or corny, but yeah. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've been able to hang out, stream, really have the, like, endurance to keep going. Alright. That was... I mean, this is a good set of progress for a few hours of play. Considering I had to go regather all my supplies again. And I will figure out, probably in, since I've got the time these next couple days, I might well do a stream tomorrow or the day after, where we put a top on this. Or I might just put the top on it myself and show y'all later. Not sure yet. I'm also not sure if I'm going to do deep slate or tough on top. Open to suggestions. It'll be one of those two. It's not going to be cobblestone. I'm too committed to, like... I really like the deep slate look for my lighthouses, but it might be tough for my non-lighthouses to distinguish them. Also, that definitely does not look like a lighthouse. That looks like some strange tower creation, and it will look a lot more coherent once I have things coming up and supporting it. But until then, it does not look like a lighthouse. My lighthouses look like lighthouses, though. That's very good. But I'm embracing the philosophy that things are allowed to be ugly. Like, I'm allowed to have an ugly build. That's okay. My build's allowed to be ugly. I also decided to mess with the game rule that decides how thick the snow can be, because I really like having the thicker snow around, and some of the natural ramps that form because of it. It's really cool. But yeah, it's been good hanging out with y'all. I think I'm going to give my voice a rest, get some water, and call it a stream for today. And maybe tomorrow, whatever tomorrow looks like for me, I will stream, maybe. I'm not sure. We will see. But I do want to come back to streaming because it's a thing I enjoy when I do it, and just sitting around and building and chatting about things that I'm interested in was nice. Maybe I will, next time I stream, post about it in my Discord, actually, with an hour or two notice, and have some topics in the description that I want to talk about. Have some notes written up for myself to think about things, and some things that I can talk about. And who knows, maybe this will become like a Minecraft podcast, but it's about everything except Minecraft. Or maybe it'll be about things very, very about Minecraft. Who knows? We'll see. I am not yet certain. In the meantime, guys, thank you for coming out and hanging out. It was lovely. Although we only had a few people, we had a great time. And that was nice for me. And I had the privilege of just hanging out with everyone. It was grand. I need to do this more often. I will try to at least post with 4 or 5 hours notice when I'm gonna go live next, so that it's not just, oh, I'm gonna go live after Fred. Which for me it was, oh, I should go live today. I have some spare time, and oh, Fred's already live. Okay, I'll just go live after him. But yeah, have a wonderful night, guys. Rest well. Have a good one. And we'll see y'all later.